Un 2 1 2 oui. Bon. Un 2 3 1 2 3 ça ce sera le micro 3. Blablabla. Ça ce sera le micro 4. Voilà. Benjamin.
let's do it.
Yeah, not too loud again.
No, because nobody's here.
Yeah, but
Except Florian.
oh yeah. Yeah.
The live started?
Hey, they don't hear us.
Yeah,
but,
that's the point. We can say whatever we want. Okay.
They see us.
久しぶりです。
Bonjour à tous, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez à distance. C'est Catherine qui parle.
On t'entend bien.
Merci. Bonjour Axel, bonjour à tous.
Salut.
Salut.
So I'm gonna switch to English. So welcome everyone. We are not quite ready here, but it's normal. We're gonna start at 9:45. So we have a few minutes to check if everyone is settled correctly. If you can all hear us correctly, I guess you can see the shared first slide. So I'm here to answer questions if you have troubles in any way. So today, as you may have guessed, we're gonna have people here in the room. We're gonna be around 25 people, maybe a bit more, in the room, just to see the presentations. And you are on remote, listening to us and participating through the chat and also through the questions you may ask during the Q&A questions, Q&A phases. So I'm just checking if somebody asks something or writes something. So that's good if you can hear us correctly. Right now, some of the jury that are here are visiting the Plateau Projet, where the students work, or have worked for these 4 months. And everybody will come in the room little by little. And there's a final technical test, but everything is ready otherwise. So if everybody is all good, do not hesitate to take your coffee just to get ready for this morning. I will tell that a bit later, but we're gonna go through the presentations this morning, maybe making a break between the second and the third. And so we're gonna try to stop this morning a bit earlier than 1. Yes, thanks, David. Yes, we are lucky to have some members of the jury here. And there's also some members of the pedagogical team, which is nice for the students too. And it's good to have a direct exchange with the students, especially on that day, and especially also to hear and see the presentation here in the amphitheater. We've improved the technology for sharing the slides and the videos, etc. So I hope, and I do hope, that you're gonna have better conditions than last times. So I will check if you have other questions, otherwise we will be back in about 10 minutes. good morning, more officially. So welcome to the final oral presentation of this second year projects of the master, JMIN, from the cohort P16. So you're gonna see this cohort through all the presentation of the projects. Here is a picture of them at the beginning of the projects. We will see if you can recognize them just after, hopefully yes. So you see there are about 60 students divided in 6 teams. So 6 teams of 9 to 12 students organized as studios. According to the project, they had 4 months to make the conception of this project and make also the pre-production. This means to think of a global game, describe it, and develop a vertical slice which illustrates the core elements of these games. So here you have a visual of the 6 games of today. So this morning we're gonna hear the Eldritch Funk team, then the Brittle Ones, then La Brume. And this afternoon we're gonna go through the Ashes of Numrak, Echo of the Sky, and the 5th Interaction. So as I said, they had 4 months. So 4 months ago, they start with giving us pitch of projects they thought of. They selected the pitches, then they built the teams according to the scope of each project. The jury, you met them 1 month after that to see the intention they had and the start of their ideas. Then they had to make the INJMIN Game Conference, where they had the chance to present their project in progress in front of international professionals that took part of the event. Then 1 month later, that was the second time you've met them. You saw the progression of their work. So that was last month. And today, we're here at the final presentation. So I want to thank the jury who managed to come here today, which is, I think, we are really happy to welcome you, and I think it's really nice for the students that you are here. They have the chance to show you the results of all their work, and you can test also the builds they've made. So thank you for that. Thank you also for the people that are following us on remote. And so thank you also for being there and giving all these feedbacks through the whole process and today as well. Just a quick reminder of the final evaluation criteria. So we hope that you can give us feedbacks and evaluate these projects, the whole work they've done, according to the originality, interest, and feasibility of the project, the quality and interest of the vertical slice, and the relevance and quality of the oral presentation. But maybe enough of speaking. We are all waiting for you to start and listening to you. I just want to finish by saying that Axel, the director of the school, is really sorry not to be able to be here today. He's a contact case. He's not ill, but he wanted to respect your health and ours. So he's here on remote. Maybe you can say hi, Axel. No, I was asking Axel.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Axel.
I'm very sorry not to be there.
So he's here with us, but from remote, I know I was not clear, sorry. So let's start. I think it's good for you, yes. Just 30 minutes presentation for each team, and then we're gonna have about 20 minutes to exchange with them, and then we're gonna see the following team. So it's your turn, the Eldritch Funk. Have fun.
This vinyl. Ah, I love this band. So fucking weird. Picture it. It was the 70s. They made a few hits. They were produced by a big name, living in his big ass house. But one day, they all vanished. Just like this. Gone. No one ever figured out what happened.
Welcome to the estate. So, the Eldritch Funk is a first-person mystery exploration game set in the 1970s that will release on PC, consoles, and consoles. Our game is built upon 3 pillars: exploration, mystery solving, and an alternate 1970s era. In the Eldritch Funk, you play as a journalist who came to interview a notorious funk music producer in his estate. However, when the journalist arrives to the house, no one is here to welcome them. They enter the estate and are suddenly locked in without anyone in sight. At first, their objective will be to find a way out, but as they advance deeper into the house, the journalist will progressively be confronted to supernatural events and understand that some things should never be meddled with.
Explore the producer's estate and learn more about the characters living in it. Most of them were present until very recently, and their presence is still lingering around the house through tapes, notes, personal effects left behind. The player will get to know them even though they're really not here anymore, and maybe bring what happened to them to light. So who are they? We've got 3 artists: Lottie, Clive, and Dina, as well as the producer's son, Lance. All of them gravitate around the producer. Let's start with Clive. He's the drummer of the band, and he's a bit obsessed with the producer. He has got a strong temper, which often gets in the way of reason. Fortunately, he's toned down by his friend Lottie, the rhythm guitarist of the group. Quick-witted, Lottie is the first one to be onto the producer's shenanigans. Moving on to Dina, she's the new recruit of the group, and she brings a touch of lightheartedness to the estate. She found an unexpected ally in the producer's son, Lance, who simply despises his father for being around with his artists. He's getting sick of the music world. That's quite the crew you, as a player, will get to know, and you will also get to know that things are very complicated between them. So you will have to identify them until hopefully you clear up what really happened to them. Exploring a vast, eccentric estate and solving mysteries is the main experience of the Eldritch Funk. To understand better how those different elements work together, we are going to watch 2 streamers playing the game. One of them has already finished the game and is backseating the second one, and together they will solve one of the mysteries of the estate. Note that any likeness to existing persons are purely coincidental. These people are not us. It's pretty obvious because they are wearing completely different clothes. So let's roll.
Hi everyone. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to Hi everyone. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Hi everyone!
Hi.
Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to play the Eldritch Funk with my very good friend Rambard.
Yes, I'm very excited to be here to play it with you today.
So it's my favorite game. I've been harassing you forever to play it. I've been
know.
telling you need to play this game, and now you're finally going to play it. You already started, right?
Yes, I started yesterday. I've only played for a few hours. And
Yes.
I haven't gotten very far, but I wanted to keep going with you to give me some hints. And you know, it's always funnier when you play it with someone else. So it's even more funny because it's a deduction game. You know, you're
Yes.
supposed to be investigating. So I guess I'm going to make a fool of myself.
So it's a deduction game, but have you got? Can you tell me a bit more about like the mechanics of
sure,
it?
sure. So you're a journalist and you're supposed to come and interview a famous funk music producer, right? So it's only normal that I have my camera and I can take
Oh,
pictures
nice.
like that. Yes. And I can look at the picture.
Oh,
And what's
beautiful picture.
really awesome is that the journalist actually gives you a description depending on what is on the object, the
Oh.
picture, sorry. So it's saying like that painting winks. Is this some kind of code? And it's true that some paintings are winking and blinking.
Oh, really?
So I've got my camera, I've got my recorder, I can listen to tapes all around because in this game, you know, you are supposed to interview people, but turns out no one is here. There are
Okay.
only you and
I'm sure you're
yourself.
going to find a good use for your recorder.
Yeah, so you listen to tapes, and it just so happens that someone named Loti left a tape behind.
Yeah. So you've already listened
I've
to
already
it.
listened to it, and long story short, what she's saying is that she's an artist, and there are various artists living here, but the producer has been acting really weird, and there are very strange events, really supernatural events going around. And what happens is that she was going to investigate the producer and confront him,
Yes.
but I guess she never came back because the tape is still here and there is no one. Look at the bedrooms.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I wanted to show it to you. It looks alive, but there is no one.
Yes.
So that's
But you
really,
can
really
find
odd.
everyone's room in it, right?
Oh yeah, I can find. Oh, that's really awesome because what else do I have? I have my notebook, and in the notebook you have the characters. You know.
Yes.
I already know a bit more about these characters, even though I just arrived here, because there are a few few starting words. I mean, it's only logical. I'm a journalist. I came to interview people, so I already did my research. But there isn't much, and we really don't know what happened to these people. But thanks to the few words written in my notebook, well, I can come here and discover that, well, there is a guitar and there are medicine. So it must be Lottie's room.
Oh, okay,
Lottie,
okay.
who is the woman who left the tapes.
Mm.
Then,
And who owns this room according to you?
by process of elimination, I think it must be Clive's room. Clive is the drummer, and I think he's the complicated element of the group, if I understand correctly. But I really don't know much about
Messy
it.
element of the group. Messy element of the group.
Yeah, it's really, really messy. I don't know why he thrashed his room or if anyone else did it. But
Yes.
the problem is that room is locked. Because,
Okay.
you know, there are no door here, and the only door is here,
Yes.
but
Oh.
it doesn't open.
Do you know what is this thing on the door and on the wall?
In the entrance, there was a note saying, call the handyman, there is a mold infestation in the whole
Okay.
estate.
So
and-
mold, the kind of fungus mushroom thing
Yeah,
that
yeah.
gets stuck to the wall and the doors
Exactly,
and
so I
everywhere.
think it's blocking the doors.
Yes.
And I guess I have to discover how to get rid of it because there are many, many doors blocked by that. So I guess
Yes.
it's one of the thing you unlock and you can go even further.
And what about this room?
So this one has a bath and a hair straightener. Look, it's pretty awesome. Top-notch hair straightener. Someone
Oh.
doesn't like their natural mane. I can look at it like that. And Dina is the only one who has straight hair, the only one who would use this kind of
Okay,
object. So I guess it must be her room, right?
Yes, yes.
Then we have this very, very neat room, and I believe it must be Lance's room.
Yeah.
He's the son of the producer, and he's a pianist, but he has started to hate piano. So
Yeah, you can see that all the stuff
Yeah.
lying on top of the
yeah,
piano.
it's disgusting. Look at those
This-
beer bowls.
This is only beer bottles.
Mhm.
My personal room looked worse sometimes.
Okay. And let's see what the journalist says. The piano is covered in dust and clutter, unlike the rest of this room. Someone's not taking very good care of it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
right. He's right. The rest of the room is really, really neat. But you know, that's all I can do here. Oh no, that's not all I can do because
Oh.
okay, I'm really, really proud of myself because I tried out some different things and I discovered by finding some clues that if I, squint at the statues, you see the particles.
Yes.
If I close my eyes, I can
Oh.
teleport to it.
You've already figured that out.
Yeah,
It took
already?
me so long. Yeah, in this game, basically, you can do everything in any order you want. In like what works best with your brain is what you're going to do first.
Okay, so
My brain doesn't work like yours. It took me so long to figure out this one.
Okay.
So long. Oh, I'm so impressed.
okay, it was the first one. So your first mystery wasn't this one; it was another.
No, I'm not going to tell you what it is because
Okay.
it's going to spoil you.
Okay.
But I'm just going to tell you that in this room I can see a few mysteries and you're not even looking at them.
So it's not the painting that just blinked at me.
Ah!
Did you see that?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay, it's pretty awesome
I'm
because
not telling more.
maybe when I rewatch this live, I'll be feeling dumb, like for not seeing, I don't know, some
Yes.
magic elements around.
You will.
Okay, so this was the producer's bedroom, and from the producer's bedroom, I can access, let's go back here, I can access another area. And what's amazing is that, as you can see, I'm back to the
Oh,
entrance,
back
right
to the
through here.
entrance.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a true Metroidvania game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go some places and then find a shortcut that will take you back there, and you're like, oh, whoa, I'm here.
Yes, and every area is really distinguishable from the others.
Yes.
So it's pretty awesome, and really I understand that when I will have unlocked the moldy doors, I will be able to access really a lot of new areas.
Okay.
So here I managed to get here, but it's not really difficult, it's just doors. From there I can see an instrument room.
Oh, nice.
But there are no doors. And here I cannot go past there unless I just squint at those statues just like I did earlier. So really discovering the statues allowed me to get a bit further. And
Yes.
Here what I discovered, so there is this
This metronome is huge.
Yeah.
Like, the producer must have a lot of money because why would you buy that?
Yeah, what is its purpose? Is it just a piece of art, I suppose?
Yes.
So that's that, and that's exactly what I wanted to look at. Here it says in this paper that the handyman tried vaporizing the mold, and they tried everything, but the mold doesn't disappear. It's just, I don't know if it's some kind of alien mold or something.
Aliens. You think
Well,
it's aliens?
No, maybe not aliens, but some magic mold, and nothing works on it.
Some weird
so
thing.
yeah, it's one of the really weird things around. So that's stuck. This is that's the recording rooms. I will show it to you a bit later. Okay.
Okay.
Because
You've already been there.
yeah, I've already been there. This one is stuck, and I know there is a room up there, but there are no stairs, and I don't know how to get there. So
I think you know how to get there.
I do.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes.
You didn't see the statue?
No, I hadn't seen the statue. I mean, it looks like a random piece of art.
Yeah, but now that you know that you can teleport on statues that are orange like this, you're like, oh, okay.
Yes, you're right. Now that I know, it seems pretty obvious. So the statue is pointing there, but
Yes.
I don't want to do what the devs tell me. So
Really?
Yeah.
You're more clever than the game?
No, maybe not. But I just want to explore it at the maximum, and
Yes.
then go the path they want me to. So, what is this place?
Can you guess?
Yeah, it's an office.
If you don't know what a place is, you can always take pictures of stuff lying around and then read the description, and it will tell you more about like what you're looking at.
Oh, those words.
A lot
Okay.
of words.
Let's see. the producer probably takes breaks on that couch. All those awards, I expected no less from that producer. So that's definitely
Yes.
like the producer's
And-
office.
And can you see you have the big desk overlooking the huge metronome that probably cost
Is he obsessed
a lot of
with
money.
it? Okay.
Yes, probably.
Oh, okay, there is something here.
Mm.
It says, Lens, I moved the file to a safer location. Stop looking for it, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have here a little tease for a mystery. I guess Lens was looking for something and the producer doesn't want him to find it. So
Yes.
what is it? And this room, okay, maybe a bit further. No, so it's a dead end.
Oh, maybe.
A dead end with weird pictures.
It's a dead end for you, and it's not for me. Because I know how to go forward,
Okay,
but
okay,
you don't.
tell me nothing more. So I'm going to go back and I'll come back when I've discovered a bit more.
Yes.
And then I'm going to go where they wanted me to. This place. Oh, it's a recording booth.
Yes.
It gives a pretty great view. Well, not really, on the instrument room.
Yes.
Cool. Oh, there is a tape.
Oh, maybe we could listen to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, maybe to listen to it, we're going to go into cinematic mode so that everyone of our viewer can enjoy.
Yeah.
And then we'll get back to you at the end of the tape.
Oh yeah, just maybe I'll go back to the bedrooms because I didn't find anything here, so I think maybe I missed something a bit earlier.
What? Is it me? Or has the mold gotten worse in this room?
Yes, I know. The handyman told me there's nothing to do about it. For now, it's pretty steady, but I'm afraid it will fill these doors too in a matter of days.
It's weird. This part of the recording room isn't even humid. It doesn't even smell like mold.
Really?
All right, let me check real quick.
Clive, no, don't inhale it.
Wow.
Clive, are you okay?
Oh, my head is spinning. What were those things?
What things?
The glowing things. The light was flashing and all. Purple.
Yeah, do not do that again, Clive. This mold may be dangerous. It's definitely a hallucinogen.
Felt so real.
That's what hallucinating means, Clive.
I really have to keep a close eye on you, haven't I?
I wasn't like the...
If you're done goofing around, let's get to work.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a pretty weird tape. We heard, I think, Clive and Lottie and the producer. It was the first time hearing the producers and Clive's voices. So, and Lottie, I already knew her.
Yeah, in the entrance, it's the first tape you listen to.
Yeah, and so they were saying that Clive was goofing around and actually sniffing the mold.
The 1970s.
He's so dumb. Oh my god, he was hallucinating.
Yes.
Okay, so...
Like, Clive is a bit dumb, but we love him, right?
I don't know, he's an idiot for now. I think I prefer Lens. I really want to get to know more Lens.
Yeah, I love Lens too.
Okay, so I've looked at... Oh, okay, so that's the clue you wanted me to find, right?
Yes, that's
the last clue I'm missing. I'm really, really blind. Notes are visible beneath each photo, left picture with flash, right picture without flash. So yeah, those are two pictures. It's Dina's room, so I'm thinking it's Dina, and well, yeah, I recognize her from the photo in the notebook.
Yes.
So pretty obviously there is something glowing, emitting light in the background.
Yes, it's the same picture, but they're a bit different.
Oh, and Clive was saying that the mold was glowing.
Oh.
So I'm guessing this is mold, and the left one is with flash. But what flash? What with flash?
I don't know. What can I have?
Okay,
a flash.
Okay, I do have a flash. Okay. Let me give it a try. And if it's not the solution, I'm going to look very, very stupid.
Don't worry. It's not as if we were streaming or anything.
Okay.
It's not as if it was going to stay on the internet forever.
No need to be sarcastic. Okay, so let's give it a try. Oh, so it is reacting, right? It's doing things.
Yes.
Also, it
Don't inhale it.
And so, yes, I can access
Oh.
Clive's room.
Amazing. So the mushroom,
I'm
the mold reacts to
Yeah,
light.
I'm going to immortalize this moment of
Ah.
victory. Now it's not a pretty picture. Okay, so what do we have?
Cigarettes.
Cigarettes. More cigarettes. Great. I know Clive a bit more now. What's that? An anger management book.
Oh,
Okay, Clive.
I understand the state of the room now.
I do not like him anymore.
Oh.
Let's see here. Clive, thank you for warning me about Lance. No. I'm glad I can count on you. See you very soon. Also, the producer is using Clive as his spy.
Oh.
Okay. And Clive, meet me downstairs. Not the usual downstairs. Close your eyes while you're in the elevator. I tell you everything once you're on the other side. Sorry. Yours truly.
Oh.
So it's the producer, right? Meet me downstairs, not
Yes.
the usual downstairs. Close your eyes while in the elevator. Should I try that?
I think you should.
You know, I could try and flash all the multi-doors, but
Yes.
I think that is more interesting. I mean, the other downstairs, I'll tell you everything. I'm going to go and try that right now.
Okay. I agree with you.
Okay.
I can tell you it's very interesting.
Okay.
So I think we should go into cinematic mode so that our viewer can enjoy what's going to happen.
Okay,
So we see you a bit later. You're not going to have Chiara's reaction into the video, but you're going to be able to enjoy. Oh,
okay.
I'm not telling you anything.
I
I'm not
cannot
telling you
wait.
anything.
Okay, we are going to do it right now.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm just hiding by the door of my soul. I see every single key on. It's just some scene of a bad dreams. Did I really do awful things? I will hold on. I must hold on. It's just a way to go.
This is Lottie. It's 11 p.m. and we've been here for almost 3 weeks. I'm about to follow that lie-spitting, manipulative nutjob of a producer into wherever he hides every night. I know he's been up to something. There's no way Diana Clive, that land sky, and me have just been hallucinating all this madness. That man, he acts like he doesn't know anything. But he keeps disappearing and he looks so lost at times. This place, this house, oh, it defies the laws of reality. Death itself lives here. I can't leave without having brought everything to light. Clive tells me I'm being completely unreasonable. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess the only way to find out is to stalk the producer. Let this recording be a testament of his guilt. I'll put this tape somewhere it could be easily found if everything turned to hell. I'll retrieve it if my suspicions turn out baseless. Lord, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I've just lost it. May no one ever get to listen to this tape.
Test. Okay. So what is in the Eldritch Funk for the moment? So in the demo we saw like a presentation of 5 of the characters of the game. We saw some mysteries, so the mold in the doors that locked the door, and we saw how we can unlock it, and the weird statues that you can teleport to. There is also like the camera, you can take photos with it. You can read some written notes, listen to tapes. And there are 2 areas. So the music studio, that is, there are a lot of things in the music studio that we did not really see in the game, and for the same for the bedroom zone. There are some zones that we didn't see in the demo. But the Eldritch Funk, it's not only this demo, it's also like the vertical slides that you can play after if you want. There are a lot of things that we did not see in the demo. For example, the paintings, we did not see how it works. The weird corridor, the infinite corridor we saw in the trailer. The wallpaper, that you can go through it in weird situations. There is a recorder that you can record some phantom recordings that are like things that you record from the past, and you can have like live recording of something that happened in this place. And you have more information about Lance's mother and Darlene's death, so 2 pieces of lore. And there is the final game, the entire game that we did not develop, but there are a lot of the things that are already designed. So how every character will evolve and what are their fate, and it's really tragic. There is some new mysteries like the fluffy stairs that change direction if you see them differently. There is Lance's organ, the big metronome. It has a purpose. The shadowed state that we teased in the demo and in the trailer, and we already seen like the entrance and 2 zone areas, but there are already designed other areas that we can make after, like the great library, the living rooms, the sports areas, the basement, the kitchen, the veranda jungle, and like all small things. And it's a Metroidvania, so the purpose is to lock things and then have some keys to like discover new rooms.
Thanks. So we, the Eldritch team, believe that our game got potential. We got an established production pipeline resulting from homebrew production methods. Also, we try to get closer to industry standards. We use tools and methods that we have learned to use from industry professionals all along the months we passed here at the Engmin. Now, let's try to see how we could create the whole game. As we told you earlier, there will be 7 additional zones, and we already have a pretty good idea of the content we would like to put in each zone. For example, in the sports area, there would be a gym, a sauna, a swimming pool, and a jacuzzi. At the beginning of the creation of each zone, our wonderful game designers will think about a mystery diagram. In this diagram, we will find the mystery, the clues, and where to put in order to not put a clue after the lock it's supposed to unlock. Then we decide what should be in the zone. This results in the creation of a mystery list, clues list, mechanics, asset list, and a replayability links between the different zones. And after we did all of this, we're getting down to business. We continue by greyboxing what the zone should be, and we try to continuously implement on it as we did with our test zone, adding more and more things, and post-process it until we get this awesome result. Here an overview of the entire production plan. After we finished our respective internships, we would take a month of transition to take consideration of your advices. We will reorganize the production to do recruitments, etc., etc. Then we'll take 1.5 months per zone 7 times. It takes 1 month per zone, and we'll use an half additional month to polish each zone, to debug it, to work on things like menus, UI, playtest, or even accessibility. Then, at the end, we'll take 2.5 months to fully finish the game. The Eldritch Funk is based on both narrative and reasoning. You will have to solve cosmic mysteries, so you will discover the dark secrets of the producer. The more puzzle you solve, the more you will learn about what happened, the more you will sink in the cosmic horror. Of course, our game is not only about these two characteristics. The game is rich in narrative content, the play areas are very elaborate, and the construction in Metroidvania encourages the player to explore and re-explore the areas, making him discover new details with each passage. We want to target adults. We're aiming on 25 to 35 older players, but we also aim for the older player, like people who knew the 70s. To reach this target, we'll try to build awareness about the project during the development. We'll use Reddit, Twitter, and Instagram in order to reach Outer World lovers or Lovecraft lovers, because they are the people who might love our game. And we will reach them by social media ads, releasing trailers for events, or by contacting influencers. Now, let's get a quick look into the financial part. For the PC version, we would need 14 additional months, and to extend our team with 3 full-time workers. This version would cost a little bit more than 500,000 euros and an additional cost for the console ports. According to our competitor sales, we hope to sell 3,000 copies of the game, and it's a low estimated scenario. So the break-even point, the return on investment, would be reached a little bit before 46,000 copies. So all the Eldritch teams would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And waiting for the team to come down, for the rest of the team. If you have already first questions or reaction to share, I'm going to check also online. So do not hesitate to raise hand through the Zoom interface, and in the room you can also raise hand, and I can give you the mic. Who wants to start? Yes, Grégoire, if you can introduce yourself.
So hi everyone, thank you for the presentation. I'm Grégoire from Asobo Studio. I wanted to touch a little bit on your kind of special way to present the game. Going through the streaming medium is actually a pretty neat idea, I think. That kind of takes a little bit of the mystery out. The backseat thing is a nice twist. Because there was an issue of, you know, people already knowing the mysteries and stuff because you are the dev of the game, because yes, new clothes, but come on. I know that's you. But the thing that I would say though is that the atmosphere of the game kind of goes well. It kind of transmits well to the audience, so it's pretty cool. What I would say though is that the mystery solving part of things might have been good to get a little bit deeper into that, and maybe in terms of system in the game even feedback that a little bit better when you step ahead in some of the mysteries, because you say that you have a Metroidvania kind of structure, and so it can be pretty easy for someone to get lost in it, and so having systems to support that would have been nice, and seeing them being showcased, even faked, because I know how it is, would have been nice in that demonstration. So yeah, it's really not that much of a question, because I've been there in the previous presentation. I know where you're going with it. I would say that you're pretty much on track. It's just you have to be careful to someone that is not you, grasping what's actually happening and making him care without, you know, the obvious bias that you have when you play. So Yeah, congrats. Oh yeah, just another thing in your production cycle, I would playtest earlier. Just as a general rule, maybe in the middle of the production, like as soon as you have your white boxes, just go for it. Just because if you do it, then at the end you have the result of the playtest and no time to implement the changes. So
that's why we take an half month at the end of each zone to retest it and to playtest it, and we do it 7 times, and more and more times we can. So the more it's plans to test a lot the game, as we did during the 4 months here. We first created a test zone really early, like after the first month, and we tested it like every day. When we found people that can test the mechanics or something like this, we were like, hey, come here, can you test this? How do you think it is? Is it clear for you? And it's clearly in our process, even if it's not really detailed in the slides, but yeah, it's a way, it's the way we are working on it.
Sure.
Yeah, for the playtest, we have ergonomy students that worked with us from the first year, and they did a pretty amazing job when they gave us a document, and they really, during the playtest, they watch how people are playing, they ask questions after, and then we have precise data, how many, the percentage of players who solved this mystery, how they solved it, did they solve it with the clues or just by deducing, by watching it? And then it will really allow us, if we develop the full game, if we keep this same playtest methodology, to really be able to tune our clues, tune what we want in the golden path, what we want in the extended game with the non-golden path part of the game, which are supposed to be more challenging. So the playtest document that they give us would be very useful in the full production of the game, because it was really amazing. They did a great job. Hello.
And you talked about how the mystery will be understood by the player, and we have like the notebook. The notebook's purpose is only to just facilitate how to understand the mystery, and so each time you see a new clue or a new thing in the game, it will be written in the notebook, and so if you're lost, you just have to open the notebook and then see which page is kind of empty, so you still have things to discover, and which page is full enough for you to understand the purpose of the mystery or the piece of lore, etc. And so all of this dialogue we put in the demo. It was because it's easier to understand, but it's a game that you want to play mostly alone, I think, and understand alone and read the notebook, and then but it's difficult to show it.
Yeah, my point on this was I get that your log is gonna be logging everything. It's just I don't have a feedback when I actually do log something.
There will be a feedback. It was just not in the demo, but it was.
That was pretty much my only point.
Okay.
Like it would have been nice to have something like that.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, concerning the playtest, I think it's great that you have as much data and that you're planning to playtest a lot. So good data is fine. You will see though that in my experience, the changes that you need to implement after getting this data, 2 weeks might be a bit short, is my point.
I saw that David Bowman wants to ask a question.
Hello, I'm David, as she said, and I'm from Creative Assembly. I'm the studio development director. Very good presentation. I really understood what the game was trying to be, and I really liked the art style and the capture of the 70s, which I actually do remember. One of the suggestions I would have in a presentation is if this is a pitch presentation where you're actually trying to get a green light for the project, I would want to know more about the financials and the staffing of the project. So you've got one slide that talks about a staff of 11, and it was, I believe, 14 months. I'm going off the top of my head. With what I would want to see is a hiring ramp and what the disciplines would be for each month as you went through that, to see if you were able to actually hire that number of people or if you've already identified those people. but more of an actual executable production plan, and then I would look at that and say, is that achievable? If it were, then I'd be inclined, because I like the project, I see where you're going with it. I would say, okay, here's the actual expense, and they can do that, and then I would compare that against the profit potential. So I would want to see an analysis of, a little bit about your audience, what's your sales pattern predicted to be, and then what kind of return would there be against that cost and the success of the game. So a little bit more of the bureaucratic, dry portions of development would strengthen this presentation to make it ready to go. Because I think you've got a really good style and manner, and the game itself looks very, very interesting.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So about the production plan, it wasn't really detailed as there's a lack of space on the slide and a lack of time on the presentation. But if I could explain it more, during the first 2 days, the team would meet to talk about the zone, the diagram, to think about all the things we want to put in the new zone. And then during the 3.5 weeks, of course, game designer will grey box and design mechanics. During this time, the programmers will code and program the mechanics. They will resolve technical challenges for each zone. Meanwhile, this time, 3D artist and sound designer will produce in waterfall. And our way of production is Homebrew method of agile and waterfall. And so that's why we didn't go more in details, but we got it in the CNC file that we can eventually give you after that. And
So
it's really more explained.
Your assumption is that you already have all the staff you need, and you wouldn't hire anybody else, and they would stay on the entire project.
So we don't really have all the stuff we need. So I'm going to the people slide because our core team is only composed of 8 members, and we had to recruit external help during this project. And that's why we would to add people to the team, because we're 8 people full-time in this team, and we would like to have 2 more people for 3D and 2D art, and 1 full-time UX designer, because we think it's really important to have these people during the whole production to be sure that the game is well working.
So I would want to see a slide that showed how many people of each discipline you have each month of development. So a timeline across the top, and then a stack of here's how many programmers I have, here's my audio team, here's my representation of each of the disciplines you think you need.
Okay.
And
I got it.
Because you don't have at least 3 people, how long would it take you to recruit those 3 people, and who's doing the recruiting? And while they're recruiting, they're not doing other things, they're recruiting. So show me that. Show me that you've thought about that. That's really what it would be.
Yeah, I got it.
But very good.
Yeah, the staffing plan is missing. Yes, I get it.
I think it would just make it better. My criticism is not that what you've done is not good. I think you've got all the elements you've done are really solid. I would add another layer to take this to a more of a professional. I'm ready to try to get a green light for this.
Okay.
So it's really good.
Thanks.
Thank you, David. Stefan has a question.
So I'm Stefan Natkin. I was professor and now I'm a horrible producer. So I have a few questions. One is technical. Can you use all the objects that you have in your environment? In particular, can you play music with the instruments? Not for in the demo, but is your goal to make somewhere where you can take the guitar and play the guitar. Be on one of the piano, play the piano. That's my first question. Maybe I give all the questions. Second question is, I haven't seen in your budget how much money do you put into marketing. What is the part of the budget which is devoted to all the steps that you have done, which need at least some people and eventually a producer or a publisher?
For the interaction part, so basically the object you can interact with, they are mostly we have an aura around them, and when you're close to them, it is here, but you cannot interact with everything. Though you can take almost everything in picture, and everything that is interesting will have a description. So most of the object you will take into your hand, we call that narrative artifacts, and it's really something that's here for the mystery or for the characterization. The pictures, they can be more. They can be also to sell you the 1970s fantasy. And then for the instrument, for the moment we have no mechanics, no mystery built around this instrument. We have a mystery designed around the metronome, but not around the instruments. And so we thought about, oh, what if I could play the instrument or like change the vinyl? But because we have no mechanics around it, no mystery for now around it, we decided not to do it because not to mislead the player into, oh, I'm sure you can do something with that because everything else I've done has been building up for a mystery. So for now, we don't have it, but if we design a mystery around it, yes, it would be fun to be able to play the guitar or the piano or all of that, yeah.
Beside my question, there is a suggestion that you should have something like a free walking mode, somewhere where you can try things. You are in a recording place, you can make music and things like that.
And to answer your question about the budget and to detail it more, if I use the red pointer, I move the slide, so no red pointer for me. On the left column, you can see the detailed budget and how it costs. For the human costs, because it's it's a huge expense here, we consider that we're working as a cooperative and we get the minimum salary possible because we continue the game after internships, and so we can't get a huge salary because we are just juniors, and we won't hire senior people. We will work with junior because of budget reason, and because we are going to be indie, so we won't have a lot of money unless we found a publisher. And if we find it, we would like Annapurna to be the one. So it became a bit complicated.
No, but my point of view is you don't put enough money on marketing, and if you find a publisher, you ask to the publisher to pay for the marketing.
Yeah, but as we got no publisher, we have no marketing, not a lot of marketing at this moment.
Thank you, Stefan. Is there other question, comments? Yeah. David, I think, did you raise your hand again? Or is it remain? No, yeah, I was assuming. Thanks. So Sven.
Yes, hello, Sven from Asobo Studio. Thanks for your presentation. I have some question because obviously you are playing the game, you know it because you made it, but I'm not so sure that players can deduct which rooms belong to which character, for what I saw. Mainly because there are not so many differences. Shapes are the same, colors are the same, architecture is the same, props are the same too. You pretend to be a Metroidvania, which require to help the player to get some marks, getting lost, explore, getting some marks. So how do you plan to do that at a bigger scale for your game? First question. And how do you plan to, how can I say that? How do you plan to get some clues to for the people to deduct and to solve your problems? Because in my opinion, you made that really fast for what I saw, but there is no way I'm gonna do that as well, you know, as fast.
Thank you for your questions. We are going to answer step by step. Maybe I'm going to start with how quick we got to answers and how fast we traveled and you know, guess that this was this character's room and all. It's true that we developed the game and we are showing it really quickly, but it's mostly because of the constraint of this presentation. It's pretty difficult to display a train of thought because every person is different and it will be really difficult to actually be there like during 5 minutes reading the notebooks and connecting the clues and getting lost, and this is a very interesting process for the person who is playing, not necessarily for the person who is watching. So it was mostly because of that, but we agree that we are clearly solving it more than intended really in the experience. Then about the characters, also we made the deduction very quickly, quicker than what would be more accurate, but there are many clues actually in the rooms that we did not show that tell you which room it is. So you have photos, you actually have tapes that were hidden beneath furniture. You have the music instruments. So there are a lot of additional clues that we did not necessarily show. And maybe Alexandre want to talk about the Metroidvania structure.
Yes, and also for the rooms, you have in the notebook, you have the name of each room. Every time you enter into a new place, the notebook is updated. You have the new place that arrives, and then you have the name of the person that lives there. You have also a section with the characters. So if you want to spend time really delving into who lives there, which room it belongs to, you really can. And also there's so much narrative, environmental narration that you really get to know the character by being in their room. You really get to know who works in the music studio by being in the place. You've got, we saw that Clive was smoking cigarettes. You can really know everywhere he's been to by following cigarettes in different places in the estate. So the notebook coupled with the narration, environmental narration, really helps for that. And for the Metroidvania structure, it's hard also to showcase into a 10-minute video. The moment with the elevator was this moment for us to showcase it. But in the vertical slice, when you play, if you go to the end of the vertical slice, the reward is always to go back to some place you already know. In the bigger game, it will be more interconnected. But it's very challenging to do a vertical slice of a Metroidvania game. We managed to make a space that is interconnected with only 2 zones, but of course in the final game it will be many more zones.
Yes, if I may add, there are rooms that we did not show, and there are doors that you can open, and there are corridors that lead you somewhere else, and there are some optical illusions that you think this corridor is going to lead you to this room, but actually you end up in another place, and this is in the vertical slice, but sometimes these corridors are accessible after solving another mystery that was not at the center of our demonstration.
The center for zone building is always around hubs. We make a hub with a very important landmark, then the player gets it. We had the fireplace, the big atrium with the fireplace in the bedrooms, and we have the big metronome in the music studio. So when we set up this hub, we want the player to see it and be impressed by it. So that's the first thing. We want a wow effect, and when we do that, we allow ourselves to give the player to lose the player on the side, but you always get back to the hub, and so you can always recontextualize the new areas you've just seen, and really make your spatial reasoning work and be okay. This is connected to here, so okay. So yeah, it's really this hub structure that helps us lose the player while not actually making it not fun. So yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sven. I think we had 3 more questions on remote. So Vincent, if you want to start.
Yeah, just really quick. Great project. Congrats first. The artistic direction is really good. I was just mentioning, I just want to mention something on the localization budget, because if I remember well on the slide, it's like 7,500 euros. Believe me, it's highly underestimated, because if you are targeting these platforms, plus considering the fact that this is actually, you got a lot of narrative content even in text. Think about, I would say, 20,000 words in the game, cross 10 cents per word, cross 10 languages, you are already at 10,000 euros. So I think there's something wrong there. And then you add on top the audio localization, if you want to localize the tapes, the voices. So I think there's something to improve there, but otherwise, really great project.
Okay, thanks for the remark. That's funny because I used the slide you showed last year to budgetize it, and we try to keep in mind that we will only do English or maybe French, but French we will do by ourselves, so no cost. And
yeah, but I would say even in text, if you think about it, even if you don't localize in terms of audio, just localizing the text, I think there's way more text than you expect in your content now. If you do the count,
the audio finally, because Alexandre were an English teacher, so we got our own localizator.
Okay, got it.
Simon.
Yeah, we did not plan to localize like the audio because we wanted to keep that like Afro-American vibe. But it could be interesting in post-launch maybe. But I think for this kind of game, it's not usual to get like French audio or like every. Maybe our plan is to talk to people that love to play games in English with English audio. So we did not plan it, so it's not in the budget. But it could be nice if we had like 1 million or 2 of budget.
No, but don't get me wrong. This is something usually the publisher pay. But if you think as an indie, then you're totally out of. It should be at least, I guess, 20,000 euros, something like this. Only in text localization. If you think as an indie, I mean, if you really distribute your game on your own. But all in all, it's good project, really good.
Thank you, Vincent. Lionel Ledin.
Yes, hello guys. My name is Lionel. I'm a producer in Massive Entertainment in Sweden. I have 3 points. I will try to go fast. I will join the train of congratulate you on the project. I think it's a well thought process project. Presentation material, the game, the music, all feel like 70s. So I think that's a very good understanding of you have a full package. I'm a bit with Sven on the environment side. I think maybe it's because of my background, but I think you could do a bit more on storytelling, on the environment. I think you can differentiate more the rooms. I think you can do more. But obviously, a time constraint, we all know that. You need to cut some corners, but you could do more. That there is easy quality and easy improvement there, I would feel. The Twitch-like presentation, really great idea, great initiative. I will say you just missed one thing. To go big or go home, but talk to your viewer. When the streamer talk to our streaming, they talk to their viewer. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for this, etc. I was just missing that to just perfect the illusion of the presentation. The last one is maybe it doesn't need really you to answer, but if you have some thought, I would love to hear about it. I was honestly torn about the supernatural aspect. I was like, where does it come from? The 70s, sex, drug, rock and roll, music, business. I mean, there is so much to dig into. Why adding a supernatural? Then after at the end, I think you caught me like, okay, got you. There is some stuff there. I still felt that the teleport came a bit out of nowhere. The magic mold can be just mold, or I just felt like maybe the introduction of the supernatural element felt a bit rushed. Maybe because of the presentation, maybe because of that, and that's very understandable. But I'm still torn, though you caught me at the end. I think at the end I was like, yes, okay, I got you. Kind of Zelda-like. I don't know. I thought about Zelda Link to the Past, like the reverse world, but this is probably just me. So yeah, really well thought project. Vincent is right though. 7,500 euro on localization. Unless you cut down some words, you need to pump it up. But a very, very nice presentation and well packaged. So congratulations.
Thank you. I will start maybe with the last question about about like the Eldritch and supernatural stuff, because the pitch was to try to create something with a Lovecraftian vibe and with supernatural vibe. That in a different mood in the 70s. So maybe it's kind of weird to see Lovecraft in the 70s, and it's our own interpretation of Lovecraft ambience. So this is why maybe it fell out of place, but because we rushed it in the demo, and because in the demo Chiara already knew, the character of Chiara already knew the statue, so this is why it seems weird. But if you have some clues before and then you find the thing, I think you feel rewarded and not, oh, it's weird that I get teleported.
Pour le stream.
Okay, so for the stream, we're very sorry. I know the two people who streamed it. They're very nice, but they just started streaming not long ago. They don't have a lot of subscribers, and so reacting to the stream and really talking about the game was a challenge for them. But yeah.
Fair enough. You're right. Streaming is it's not something easy to pick up. So fair enough.
Yeah. We understood why it was a job, a real job. They understood.
Thank you, Lionel. And we will have a last question or remark from Enrique.
Hello, everyone. I'm Enrique. I'm a lecturer for game design at the University of the Witwatersrand in South Africa, in Johannesburg. So I'm new to this. You have not met me before. I'm just like a last minute addition. So thanks for bearing with me. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really good. I really enjoyed the game. I think this is something that I could personally enjoy. And if I was an investor, I think I would be very interested investing in it. I think the strongest aspect is your art style. That is really well done. The art direction is fantastic. I would just say that there was one element where when you pick up documents and you read and it has this black background and the purple edges, that fits not perfectly into the style, I think. Although like generally, I think the UI is very great. That was just the one aspect that just struck me as a bit outside of that beautiful art style. As a game designer, I'm personally interested in how does the control scheme work in the parts that aren't special or like that aren't a standardized control scheme, like closing the eyes. I was curious, like how do you do that? How natural does that feel? So like I'm just generally interested in playing the game. I think I would get a lot more out of it if I got to actually feel it out myself as well. And I think, yeah, just the that material, giving us a teaser in the beginning, then giving us the Let's Play video, and in the end, that trailer, I think is a great, diverse series of material that is really great for, especially for press. If there's somebody wants to write a long article, they're going to find pretty much everything they need in that material. And it's also helpful for somebody who's maybe struggling a little bit with a French accent. It's like that was just like very well prepared, very professional. And in terms of the presentation, it was really insightful to see your game production pipeline. It makes me very confident in thinking that you can pull this off and you're very organized and strategic about it. Particularly the positioning graphic, where I can see other games that I like and where you see yourself and how that fits in, makes me feel like, yes, I know I'm part of the target audience. I will play this game. I can understand what the audience is. That was actually clearer than how you described it on your when you talked about the target audience. I know it's always tricky to figure out a target audience because you think, I want everyone to play my game. Who would not love it? Yeah, and the last part would be, I think the price point would be too high. 25 euros seems like a little steep for 10 to 20 hours of gameplay. It's a bit, and measuring, an experience in hours is always a bit tricky. I think I'd love to measure it in how many areas that they're going to be, and like how big is it going to be, how much is there to explore. Maybe is there more mysteries or more story narrative elements to give me more of an idea of like how it will feel rather than the hours, because you could fill that with like tedious puzzles that are not, that don't add to it just to make it, oh, now it's 40 hours of not, necessarily good content. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a link and actually being able to play it.
Thank you. We will send you a link. Yes, we will send you a link for the controls. So closing your eyes, it's with the analog bumpers, triggers, sorry, of the Xbox controller, the PS4 controller. So he knows how much you close your eyes. So we have this squinting mechanic and this fully closed mechanics. So it really allows us to create a. We have this journalist, which is an empty shell character. And so when we do that, it really allows us to create a link of really immersion into the game, like bodily immersion into the game. And it works also on the PC. We found the trick with the PC binding to have a bit this feeling, but with the mouse on the PC. After that, it was about the zone, right? The zones. We have more zones. We have a veranda, jungle. We have kitchens. We have a sports room. We have the basement, and we have all these shadow estates. The shadow estates, it really came to us with we talked about Zelda earlier, but with all our inspiration, it made a lot of sense, and production-wise, it made also a lot of sense to do a shadow estate. Story-wise, it made a lot of sense, so we just went for it. It's going to be a big estate at the end of the day, and right now with only 2 zones, they are not fully complete because we don't have the backtracking path from the other zones in there. We already have players that played in the last playtest from 45 minutes to 3 hours maximum. So we're in a strange position where our lifespan depends greatly on the player. So yeah, we aim for around a little bit more than 10 hours according to the number of a zone. But some people, I think, could play 20 hours if they really want to take everything into picture. So yes, it will vary. So yeah, it's hard to say it's going to be this number of hours for a game like this. But I think we found a good estimation. I'm going to give to you for the price. Yeah.
And about the price, during this year we heard a lot, don't undersell your game. So that's why we try to choose a price that is a bit upper than we expected first. And we also looked a lot about the competitors on the graphics and a lot on Outer Wild, that is our main reference. And that's why we choose to don't go too high on the price, but don't too low on the price. Yeah.
I think we have to stop the question and answers now. Thank you so much, and I invite you to congratulate the team again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations. And I invite the next team, the brittle ones, to just come and settle. And for the jury members that are here, you can test the game at lunchtime. We will try to, yes. And we do have also further elements for each project if you want to look at them during the day, and we will send them to you on digital version as well. Whenever you're ready.
Your ancestors spent years mastering the art of dodging. Will you honor them? Or shatter their hopes into pieces? I will slip through the cracks of your own mind.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our final presentations of the presentation of the Brittle Ones. So please let me take you in a quick journey in our story about the Brittle Ones, which take place in a porcelain world that was so pleasant, and that was once a livable place, inhabited by brittle beings living in peace and ignoring all the violence and hostility. Recently, a strange voice made it appear in the world with firm intention to bring changes to it. Destruction seems to be its own way to achieve it. You will have to save yourself from the Mies while figuring out the real intention of this voice. So to start and dig deeper in this world, let me introduce you to the inhabitants, which will be the enemies of the player throughout the game. You try to give them the heavy, cold, and rigid looks, movements, and behavior. Their overall appearance would be closest to the animated porcelain challenge we gave ourselves in the first place. As well as they're going to be thickly layered with sharp edges on their bodies to emphasize their violence behavior. Their limbs are distorted depending on the type of action they are going to take in any kind of fight. So they are violent and clanky, and their forms of appearance make them predicted from a distance. To talk about the most important inhabitant in our universe is our main character, who is made from crystallized porcelain. But his porcelain is not as heavy as the others, which allow him to move more swiftly. He has like a thin layer that can be easily breakable. During time span of the game, he remains immune to the voices. And he's not influenced, and all he has to do is discover his progress through the game to discover the destructive influence of the inhabitants of Porcelain World. And now he witnessed of the progress, destruction of him and everything he had known. He begins his journey to understand what's happening and to find out the way to stop the process of destruction caused by the voice. And if you're asking yourselves, what is this voice? It's mainly everywhere and nowhere. You can hear it from any place. The porcelain being seems helpless in front of it and not able to withstand its influence. While being able to hear it too, the player remains unaffected by it, for a reason that yet to be disclosed. To eliminate this disturbance, the voice finds out it must do something else than incentive to destruction and start involving its strategy with the porcelain being under its control. So, to begin with our universe, we want to achieve, as porcelain is easily breakable, as we all know, we wanted to achieve the fragility. It's one of the aspects we wanted to express through the design of our porcelain cities. The buildings are really huge in size, and at the same time, they're all built on thin, fragile pillars. Our atmosphere is actually going to be affected by what's happening in the world, the new instability that the world is experiencing. So all the world is going to be falling apart because of the voices start to become like more lifeless. So in the broken areas, they are all destroyed, so they barely have light in it. Like, as I said, they are lifeless. And as you process more and more in the game, it becomes brighter in the areas which is standing out and protected by your enemies. Yep. So this is our environment. We wanted to go further than our everyday conception of porcelain, play around different shapes, structures, and patterns, like those we could recognize in our contemporary porcelain creations. We had the desire to go for more geometric and abstract visuals in order to create a unique environment, respecting our usage of black and white porcelain, as well as we added 2 more materials to our environments, which is glass and gold material to them. We wanted to increase the beauty and add some sort of simplicity to it. So we also added the kintsugi, which is the Japanese art of blending and repairing the broken porcelain. And for now, I'm going to leave you to the narrative structure.
Thank you. So here's a narrative structure of the Brittle Run. In fact, the regular encounter with the voice will progressively unravel the mystery the game is about. And a vertical slice takes place around the 6th encounter. But for this vertical slice, we have lowered the difficulty for it to be playable, as you've never experienced, and the player never experienced the game. Also, at the beginning, the player witnesses the first fighting occurring by searching the debris. He discovers the serial numbers of characters on the body's side and on the body size, which are crossed out. Then the character gets assistance from someone who teaches him how to dodge. They are using non-verbal communication, like modulating their reflection to emit light signals. It's subtitled on the screen so the player knows what is being said. Their training takes place in a golden pool. The mentor asks the players to hit him and then explain why it's an absolute mistake. So that's how the player learns how to play. So the general unraveling of the mysteries is about 3 revelations that one after the other will bring the player to the final knowledge of what the story is about. And there it is. Maybe I will skip this part about narrative structures and delve into the demo we have. First, what you have to know is that even though we have a build, we didn't manage to have the music on the build, and as we thought it was an important part of the gameplay, as it sets the mood between the 2 phases of the gameplay, the exploration and the combat phase, we thought it was better to include it, and so we didn't use the build but the editor of Unreal. So that's why it might be not as good as on the build, but that's a choice we made. So here starts the demo. First, before diving into the game, I will review some of the options. So you have a graphics option to let the player set the settings he wants according to its computer. We also have the audio options. The control options, where the player can choose to invert the y-axis and choose between some predefined layouts. And we've put the stress on accessibility with many options, like for visually impaired players, so they can play even if the gameplay will be too hard for them as a normal base. But this accessibility option will be shown in action at the end of the demo, so be patient. So here is the starting of our vertical slice. As you can see, it's up in the sky. In fact, it's like I said, it's located at the advanced part of the game, since it's on the upper part. You see clouds and high towers. So you're close to the final revelation. But here, for the purpose of the vertical slice, we also kept some progression that starts from easy. Like here you see the character emerging from the ruins to introduce it and introduce the mechanics to the player of the demo. So exploration is a lot about admiring and discovering the landscape of a game. So the runes set a certain mood that the things are not going right, and there's something to find out. But as soon as you enter an area, it's the gameplay. And here you can't escape. In fact, the doors are closed, and you must face the enemy. As you can see on the right of the UI, there's 3 waves in this arena, and for each of these waves, you have the number of enemies you have to defeat to switch on to the next one. So here you can use the environment to bait the enemy into eating them instead of you. But you can't use them forever, as they are destroyed after a few weeks. So this first arena shows you 2 kinds of enemies. There will be 3 in this vertical slice. So here it takes damage from 15 years more life than most of the other. So it takes a little bit more time to defeat him. Here we go. And as soon as you finish the arena, the doors are wide open, and you can switch back to the exploration phase, where you can explore the very place where you had the fight, and you couldn't move the camera as you wanted. So that's maybe the time to explore when you couldn't before. So here we are still in exploration phase, and we are facing some gigantic enemy, and so as we don't know if he can be beat, you see he has many lives, so maybe since it's not in an arena, maybe it's better to try to avoid him. Here some destruction of the environment, maybe it's better to avoid him, or to keep your health full. He destroyed himself anyway, so. So I'll let you take a look at the landscapes. So from this arena on, there will be some glitches on the transition camera, but that's good as soon as you enter the combat phase. The camera is okay. So here you face the 3rd enemy of this vertical slice. So you can see the arena might come in different layouts, and every layout has its own camera system to highlight the important place, and to put the accent and signal to the player when the enemy is attacking by putting enough stat on it. So you can build the strategies. Like here you can see there are 2 kinds of enemies. maybe you can use one that is more aggressive to destroy the other, which are more visible and less affecting. So again, as you see, the game alternates between combat phase and exploration phase. And the musics, with the music, we try the best to suit the mood we want to play in. If we want him to be aware of its environment or to move forward quickly. So I think from now on I will let you enjoy the gameplay till the end of the demo. So before the end, like I promised, I will show you some accessibility options. Like you could switch on the invisible mode or on or off. You can change the interface size or the color according to for the visual impaired person. You can choose to have an HUD or not. And you can put some filters, color filters on the enemies in real time and on the player too, to have a better understanding of what is happening on the game. So, do I play better with this accessibility mode? Not. So here ends the demo.
So our original intention was to make a twist on a well-known genre. We asked ourselves, what would be a beat 'em all or hack and slash be like if you couldn't attack anyone and only had to dodge? In the end, our result was closer to a bullet hell or a maniac shooter, where you constantly check your position to avoid the many threats coming at you. So you're kind of very strong, very powerful, yet so fragile. Our game is divided in two phases that switch one after another, as you saw. The exploration and the combat. The first part is for when you run across this very peculiar world, and you find many porcelain islands filled with isolated enemies who will attack you and cause some destruction. Some buildings might fall apart from this, but it can also unveil some new paths and lead you to new situations, to see new beautiful landscapes. As for the second part, it's the combat phase, where the voice will actually lock you inside an arena and send waves of enemies to kill you. So you have to be very careful about where and how you dodge. And talking about how you dodge, for the pre-production, we are planning to provide an extending dodging skill set to the player, We want our character to move and dodge in a more impressive ways, to give the feeling that he's evolving and becoming a great curling master. Each one of these acrobatic moves will be suited to face certain types of enemies. So this dodge might look a bit extreme, but they're really what the player will execute in the end, in the later stage of the game. It starts from his simple repeated body, as you've seen in the build, and then unlocks more spectacular moves like this one, as more is invented in the game. Each one of these with different advantages and downsides. The character slides slightly in the end to make to ease the impact of these roof movements, but not too much, as we want the player to stay in control. And as a player, you can still dodge right afterward if you want, which is very important for this game. We also plan to introduce new types of enemies as the game progresses. And the more you see, the more you learn how to dodge them. They would be designed in conjunction with the extended skill set of the player, like for our free starters. Each enemy would have its own strength and weakness according to the layout of the arena and the dodging preferences of the player. Every enemy should remain predictable as those we have now. So to better illustrate our idea, here's a little insight about the design of our enemy. Most of them have a long range and attack at their disposal. So we'll start with the feminine one, and she has a very close range attack where she spins around and hits everything around with her feet. So you don't want to get close to her, but you can actually use that as well. So you can, if you want, you can get close to her, get close to her, lure some enemies around, and make her kill them with her own attack, which is a bit risky strategy, but it can pay off a lot. As for a long-range attack, it is a flash attack in a straight line, where she will go very fast, so you can't just run around. You have to dodge at the right timing, or she will kill you. As for the bigger guy, his long-range attack requires you to play differently. So he shouts to you to hold a bow, so he's not as fast as a lady, but he can turn around. So if you just run around, he will follow you, which is kind of quite terrifying when you're in it. And the only way to get rid of him is to lead him toward an obstacle and dodge at the very end. Like you have to, so it is, you also take some risk with it, and it pays off as well. He can also attack when he's in close range, but it doesn't damage as much the surrounding enemies, but it can actually impact the environment way more, so it can destroy a very big part of the structures, which is something that is central for a game, because the environment of the arenas evolved through the time, through the destructions. Like say you destroy a big pillar. Well, it's very impressive, it's very cool, but there is actually a big pillar in the middle of the room, so you can't actually dodge there. Some enemies can break into them, but some will not. And you have to consider how you will move in the arena after this destruction, and find ways not to corner yourself from your destructions. And as you saw in the demo, we actually have some accessibility options, because we want our game to be a challenge for everyone and not have too much issues that would make the player think he's not able to do it. And it must be interesting for everyone. If you have some difficulty to play, you can still play in a game mode and try things in real and have a good experience anyway.
Now it's time for us to have a technical overview of the game. So the Brittle Ones belongs to the action-adventure genre. We target players interested in facing challenges and those who enjoy making discoveries. It is meant for customers older than 12 years old, as it doesn't contain any realistic violence. And we think that it will be a 5 to 7 hour experience that will be sold premium. So the game we want to make is directed mainly to players interested in challenging mechanics and discovering an original gameplay. Here you can see that these players tend to like games like this, and like Fury, Dark Souls by Jacob Isaac, who gives original way to play and are hard to master. Here you can see how we position ourselves. We think that with the full gameplay we can have a competitive edge for this type of player, but targeting only one type of player means reducing our pool of potential customers, and that's why we put an emphasis on the adaptive difficulty of the game. So with lowering the hardcore game effect, we think that we can attract much more players that can enjoy the artistic direction, the plot, and the juiciness of the game. So our other target is mainly interested by an open world and its ability to mayhem. So his ability to destroy what he wants in this world, and we don't want to hinder this type of player with an emphasis on the skills he have to learn to succeed in playing the game. So for this player, this is how we think we can position ourselves between the games that interest this persona. But even if we think that we're not that competitive for this player, we expect to have a much higher commercial potential by trying to reach its demand too, and make the game available for it too. So now about the competition, here are some numbers. In our case, we think that we might sell the game around like 25 euros and produce it with 23 people. We estimate our sales to be around 400,000. Because we are not as well known as the other studios. We expect to make some profit with this number of sales. So because our game relies heavily on its combat system, we think that we will need to hire mostly programmers for the mechanics, the camera, and the AI. Mostly polishing the behavior of the camera and introducing new AI and the way it works. Everything works synchronically. But we also need designers because of the intricacies that the arena have to offer to enhance the player experience, but also the different sequence that we have to put in the exploration phase. So this is it for the development team, but now for the marketing part, as we don't have sufficient knowledge or a heavy communication budget, we think that finding an external publisher specialized in action-oriented games may help us reach our target, as the different games of the same genre did too. So focusing on the development and trying to reach for someone specialized to do the marketing. So what have we already done for the vertical slice? So we have the main character, we have a simple dodge mechanic and the run mechanic. We have an exploration and a combat camera. We have 3 different enemies and their behavior, and our direction defined. That was not easy to make because we started from just one material and then added we had an iterative process for the artistic direction. We started just from one material, then we added glass, then we added gold, then we added one color, then another color. So it was not defined from the beginning. But now we think that we have something that is strong and that we can develop from it. The game. So we have also the narrative structure that is defined, the arena system, the exploration and combat music, and some UI and accessibility options. To do a first act, what is next? So we think that within 6 months of pre-production, we can make a complete move set. So more dodge moves for the player. We can introduce the voice and have its implication on the narrative structure. Having some cinematic events to give some rhythm to the exploration phases, better camera movements, because the camera, the role in this genre is crucial. So we think that polishing the camera might take some time to have a really effective thing for the player to enjoy. And but mostly we want a boss fight it was one of our key selling points at the beginning of this pitch. So a boss fight, we want to have boss fight in each act, and we think that this is a design and a programming challenge because we have to make a boss that we can only win with the dodging mechanics. So starting with 6 months of pre-production, we think that it can take us a little bit more than 2 years, as we have 6 acts. If in the 6 months of pre-production we find a good way to do a first act, we think that we can take approximately 3 months to do each one of the acts. So now about the cost and returns. So our price at launch will be 25 euros, but with all the taxes, the platform shares and etc., the average revenue per unit will be around 12 euros. And we budgeted our game like we think that our development budget will be around 3.5 million euros, because we took into account the 20% risk coverage and the marketing budget for the publisher. So this is the full budget, adding what the publisher will add to the game. So we with 400,000 sales, we expect to make like 800,000 euro after the royalties, and with this amount if the customers are satisfied, we will think to do some DLCs or some added content to increase our margin without spending too much money. So that's it for the Brittle ones. To sum it up for you, we're making a dodge them all in a porcelain world where there will be destruction everywhere. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. First reaction, questions? I see one, David Bowman.
Hello. So again, another solid presentation. You mentioned plot and you mentioned exploration. I didn't capture it. Maybe I missed it. Where do I get the story? Where is it revealed? Is there a story? Is there a narrative that goes on with this?
Yeah, it's just something we have not explored in the vertical slice because we felt the combat system was way more important to prove as a concept than the story itself. It's just something we intend to do in the future, to have more options, to have more way to go, and to have this voice that was not implemented, but that would tell the story and that would kind of give him a glimpse of what is going on.
So I think you did a good job of having a prototype that shows the core combat mechanic. But in your presentation, I think it would be a stronger presentation if you gave that context, if you let people know whether the size of the narrative story that you're going to build, and therefore we would know more about what you're actually going to, the scope of the project as opposed to just that vertical slice portion.
Yeah, that's something we could have done. To add to what Mark said, the voice will be at the same time present in the gameplay phase to tell more about the story, but also in the combat phase to give orders to the enemies. And in fact, that's a voice that will command their every move. That's something I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marion.
Hello. Congrats on the presentation. First, I second David in saying that it was very great, very effective. Your demo was great. I think it showcased all the work that you have put in the arenas, in the combat system. So I only have one question. Why do you keep criticizing it? Please do not criticize your work. Your presentation would have been absolutely great if you just removed the part where you apologized for bugs and things that that didn't show. You mentioned that you had to capture the demo in the editor because you had an issue with the build. We don't see that in the presentation. We couldn't tell. So just don't say it. Just put on a show, and everything went really well. Honestly, congrats on this presentation, because I think you really put some great work into it. Please don't criticize your work. This is also for everybody that's going to present later. I have one real question on the duration of the game. You mentioned 5 to 7 hours. I think that's a bit low for a game sold at a premium for 25 euros and with the budget and the team that you plan to put on it. Do you, basically, if I was an investor and I would tell you, okay, but you need to make it longer, how would you think of doing that? With this budget and this team, okay, but I want more than 5 to 7 hours. How would you do?
I will just answer to the first question before letting the mic to our manager. That was, in fact, the occasion to highlight the fact that the music was very important. We found out without hearing the music during the gameplay, we found out it was very important to the experience we wanted to bring to the player, and so that was the occasion to tell it. So that's all.
Say things positively, always.
So for the length of the game, as we want to make a game that is hard to master, we think that the real duration will be different for each player, because of the difficulty. So in the demo you have seen the variables from the enemies are really low in terms of speed, and also you have more health that you might have at the beginning of the game. The real intent was to have a really difficult game where if you take just 1 or 2 hits you die. In fact, it's more if with the real difficulty, the game would be much longer, but it wouldn't appeal to many players. So the 5 to 7 hours is more to say that the easy way to play the game, you'll finish it like in 5 to 7 hours. We expect to have like 45 minutes to 1 hour for each act, if you don't speedrun.
Thank you. I see a question from Xavier.
Yes, hello. So yes, great presentation. Really the visuals are super strong. I think you have a very intriguing world and offer, and the gameplay is also very original. So congrats. I had maybe 2 questions. The first is a bit going further than what David was saying in terms of narration. Do you plan to have anything written found during the exploration? Will the main character have a voice? Because you mentioned the voice as the main opponent. But does that mean that it's the only character that will actually talk within your game? So that's the first question. Second question is, there's a lot about when something breaks, we see fragments going all around. You have very impressive animations for dodges and so on, but it seems to be very difficult to anticipate what will be. Here you have a very basic behavior of people rushing, opponents rushing at the main character, but you need to have diverse patterns. So how can you, in terms of UI, help people to foresee where people will go in the future, or where your character will land if you do like a very acrobatic dodge? So that was my 2 questions. The first on the narrative side, the second more on understanding the patterns and trajectories.
So yeah, I think what's important about the story is its symbolism and meaning. So we have to keep a few characters, because if there's a lot of character, it will go less symbolic and less poetic. but as we intend to include boss fights, we'll have to introduce these characters inside the gameplays and inside the narration. But as far as we are here, we didn't talk much about it, and we don't.
Also, I want to say that I don't think written narration is very pertinent for the type of game we have and for the type of audience we have. We don't want to force the players to have to read and to wait to something. And most of it is mostly textual, mostly voice lines from the voice. The character will not speak, it will be very kind of empty, kind of a toy, in a way. We don't want, we let the player imagine what he wants from this. And it's important because this world is very unrealistic in a way, very strange, very peculiar. So you don't want to inject too much things that are that would put the player in another mind from the mood we want. Like we want it to get into action, to see things, to be very visual and less more symbolical in a way than rational in a lot of things, if it makes sense.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And to answer the second part, that's something we worked on a lot. We didn't find maybe we try many things to make the battlefield as readable as possible. Like there is even discrete an icon to show you the point on the battlefield where you land on when you dodge. We also worked on the animation to have them telling the player what will be the next attack he has to avoid, and we worked also on the camera so the camera centers itself on the next enemy to attack, to help the player in many ways to predict what's happening. But that's only the beginning of it. I think it can be extended a lot from every aspect.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. A question from Tristan.
Hello, so Tristan from Ubisoft Bordeaux. So it's not a question, but from the video, and that's why I'm really eager to play the game during the lunch break. From the video, it looks like I wasn't sure if the fight was won by chance or by skill at some point. So it looks like there is one winning strategy that was walking next to the walls and dodge the right moment, and every enemies will in the end crash into the wall. So yeah, from what I saw, it looks like I want the skill to be more emphasized. Like I want to be sure that as a player I performed well and not I just won by chance. And also it looks like the more you add enemies, the easier the situation will be, because they will in the end crush each other. So how do you intend to manage to tweak the difficulty? What are your levers?
So there's many answers to that. First, we had the ability to tweak, when having one enemy, ability to know if there is another enemy in this field of view, and so not attack. We had tried this, but we kept an option where the enemies are dumber than they could have been, because maybe we wanted to put forward the juiciness of the game, and also because you say luck isn't you made the difference between luck and skill, But maybe luck is a skill like another. If you know instinctively where to, because it's like a manic shooter or a bullet hell. In fact, some of the dodge you do it instinctively. You don't think about it. That's part of the reflex, and that's it. You learn maybe to navigate inside one arena and know how to place yourself. What is your position? What is your best position at every moment? So maybe you don't attack or choose when to do one action, but there is a flow of decision that makes you safe or not. But I do agree, and I think we do agree that we could balance between this kind of gameplay and more precise one where your choice are counting and where you are under control of what's happening. And for that, we will need other type of enemies, more smart with smarter AI, something maybe we couldn't have for this vertical slice.
Yeah, I also want to say that the wave system is also kind of an answer to this problem. So all the enemies don't go all at the same time. They have some a little bit of organization, not as much as we would wish to have, but as Pierre said, if we had a lot of work, if a lot of work could be done on the AI, we could actually make the enemy form some strategies and not all rush at the same time. Be a bit more organized and actually lead the player to be forced to make plans and react with more skills. And yeah.
Thank you. We have 3 last questions. One here, and 2 abroad. Sven.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'd like to touch on two points. One is the presentation, the other one is gameplay. For the presentation, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in your presentation. I would say though that you need to know where your strength is to really catch us with your presentation. You've said yourself that the story is not necessarily the strong suit, yet you open with it for a couple slides, and so we feel like that's going to be the center of it, and we're going to learn more about it, and then we expect some kind of narrative to unfold, and then it doesn't. So I think it's something you need to be careful of, not to give the false ideas as to what your game is. There's a couple of more minor things, such as moving background in a presentation. If they don't loop, it's really uneasy for us to look at. And then when you present over a video, I can appreciate you doing it live instead of recording it. There's true value in that. But then you have to really rehearse a little bit and know where to hit the right nails. Like you didn't even mention the healing fountain in the video, and that's kind of like a missed opportunity to highlight stuff that you've been doing and that actually looks pretty good. So there's one thing, and then for the work that you've been doing that actually looks pretty good, the gameplay, I think a few points have been touched by other person. I would say you kind of still lack signs and feedback to really capture what's happening and why I should do stuff and what I should react to and why I don't need to react to. Luck is not a skill. I can argue that for a long period of time, but I'm just going to get out with it. Instincts in bullet hells and games like Hades or Fury are based off of really visible feedback and stuff that you end up instinctively reacting to, but you can learn to perceive because the game tells you to, right? So I think you need to build up this kind of language, and that you're on track for it, but I think it's not quite there yet, and there's a lot of work to be done on it. And final point, I think, is the dodge mechanics looks good, and I don't think that your trouble is having more diverse dodge for the player. I think it's more having a more diverse adversity to meet that dodge. At the moment, you have a lot of enemy that see you and go in a straight line to you, and so it causes a lot of problem with your behavior and enemy hitting each other as well. Whereas you could have an enemy jumping up and getting down on you, so that then you don't have any problem with him hitting someone else, and you just have to place yourself close to other enemies so that it falls on it. Stuff like that, traps in your environment, ranged attacks, all that kind of stuff that it would have been nice to investigate. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying a lot of bad stuff. Don't take it as it's not going the right way. I think it's going in the right direction, and I still have high hopes that you're going to manage to have something like. I'm a big Fury and Hades player, so I would love to add your game to my library if I can someday. So good luck with that.
Thank you a lot for that feedback. I think it's very useful. I just want to insist a bit on the narrative aspect, because I think it's still something that is important for the overall narration, overall game we want to make. It's just not something we wanted to develop for vertical slice. That's why we talked about it, and actually didn't show anything during the presentation for the demo.
I think it's fine talking about it, but if it's not in a vertical slice, show us the demo first, maybe. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, I agree. And sorry about the gears that don't loop. They're annoyed as well. Someone.
Yeah, quick question about the gameplay as well. I would like to dig a little bit on what had been said previously. For what I saw in the demo, actually your dodging system works pretty well with some kind of enemies, but not with the other one. When you arrive in the big corridor and you see the big guy, the setting is okay, you know. You're like, okay, something's gonna happen. So the setting is good, but the encounter is failed, because actually the guy killed himself in the environment. So you can call that luck if you want, but for me it's more like it needs to be settings properly in terms of settings, gameplay, etc. So did you get some conclusions regarding the type of enemies that you bring? Did you get some conclusion of what's the best, what works, what doesn't, and if you get some conclusion, what are they?
The current conclusion are that the enemy pattern depends most of the layout of the arena, because one enemy is better on one kind of setting and the other on another one. In fact, it was a bit experimental, as we tried many things to find out which was the best, and in fact, and that's why we developed two kind of mechanics, like the sprint mechanics and the dodging mechanics, to answer to these two adversity, like the enemy charging like a homing missile and changing its position to reach you, which could be mainly defeated by sprinting in front of him to an obstacle, and the other two, as they were attacking in straight line, needed some quick dodge. But in fact, we should have, if we were to continue this game, we would have maybe reduced the distance of the dodge, of offering different distances, because that's maybe that's something that would reduce the luck factor and have a more tight aspect, more tight gameplay. But I don't know if you want to add something. Okay.
All right. Just a quick comment on the camera. In my opinion, it shakes way too much, especially when every big guy is making a step, shaking, and because you actually brought some accessibility options, it would be nice to add it. And talking about the accessibility options, that's nice that you make some difference between colors about the characters, but then it's nice to put that as well in the environment. What is destructible, what is not, colliders, something like this.
In fact, that was part of our intention, to have a rescanning of the whole environment, and including destructive and non-destructive. But even without the accessibility option in the normal gameplay, we would like to add a more striking difference between what's destructive and what's not. We had tried to put texture on it, but definitely it needs something more.
Okay. Nice art style, by the way.
There. One question from Lionel.
Hello, guys. Just 2 points. From my point of view, I'm impressed by the world building and the character design. Really well thought. You detailed a bit how you got into it. It's very interesting. The character design that match with the gameplay. It's a very nice addition, and I would like to give you a good congrats on that. To tell you, really well thought, and that's really smart. I think people are talked already a lot about the gameplay. There is just one thing that I'm not sure of, and maybe you, hopefully you thought about it. I should say, it's the depth, how deep the gameplay can become. Obviously, it comes from the AI that you fight, but jumping or dodging do you feel will be compelling for the time, the projecting time of your game, the length of your game? Do you feel it's compelling enough, and do you think did you thought about other things to spice it up? Thank you.
Thank you, Du. First, we plan to have one punching mechanic that could be used in very critical situation where you have to break one encirclement or those if this kind of thing shows up during the gameplay. But that will come at a cost because you will lost many lives. We've talked about many things, like maybe what was lacking during when you don't have a mechanic to attacks was the contact. So maybe we thought we could add some contact with the environment, like using the walls and things to touch some things and grip it. So that could add what is missing on the absence of attacking mechanics. But there have been a lot of other things mentioned, but I don't remember them right now.
Thank you. A question from Baptiste.
Hi, Baptiste from Calanque. Thank you for the presentation. I think the art direction is really interesting, but it was very confusing to me on the main character side because it's not really more detailed or specific than the other characters. And so I really thought the game would be something with a multiplayer component like Absolver or Dark Souls in a way, where you will customize your character. And it really didn't induce me in the way that the game would be narrative, because it's not very specific like Kratos is in God of War or the main character is in Fury. So I don't know what you think of that. Did you plan to make it customizable? Thank you.
Yes, of course, because he's actually one of them, but he cannot be influenced by the voices. So in the beginning, we showed that he's one of them, and after, as the game developed, they get more darker, and the gold increase in them, because actually the gold, I don't know if we mentioned, but the gold is the source of light and life. So actually they actually just contain all the gold and didn't give it to the rest of the people, and they went violent and stuff. So they have more gold in their bodies, which make them less breakable, as you process in the game. So yeah, by the game the enemies will be changing, but the character will actually be the same. But we just wanted to make them, as we mentioned, they're all inhabitants of this world. I hope I replied on your question.
Yeah, I still think the main character is a bit too blank for if it doesn't change in the game, or it isn't designed to be customized by the players. I think you should make it more specific to make people understand that the game is narrative, and I don't know, a bit like the main character in Mirror's Edge, for example.
I'm gonna just add something real quick. One thing that we thought would be very nice to have and that you want to have from the very beginning on the character is when the player starts the game, as soon as he dies, it adds some cracks on the character. And so we'd have, like at the end of the game, all the cracks accumulated like on the character. It would be a creation like for each player in different, for different players. Like creation made of for each character, for each player. Sorry.
We have two more questions. One from online, Msaki, and then Stefan, you're gonna finish.
Yeah. All right. So first, congratulations, everyone's a great presentation. I'm not going to touch much about the narration. I believe the previous comments have covered that. One thing I've noticed during the demo was that you have emphasized so much on the art direction, the style, the environment, which is really pretty so far in your demo. However, I found that it is lacking a little bit when it comes to the mood. I mean, you have built the mood using music, but all the scenery so far in the demo were very like standard lit in a warm light. I didn't feel the kind of mood which can build up struggle or any other feelings that can emit from such lights or variety in the environment. Also, I believe you covered that already, that you said the hero is going to progress as the hero's journey, the progression through the game. That I was also going to point out that. But that's my first comment, was regarding the environment modes. And the second one was about regarding your publishing plan. You said it's gonna be premium, as in one package, paid package. But have you considered, I'm sure, or maybe you have already talked about it and considered that. What about publishing as in episodes or in slices each like 6 months, sort of like what's going on Steam and Patreon and all other platforms? Have you considered that? What's your opinion regarding that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, we have thought a bit about that, but in fact, the games that are sold in chapters are mostly narrative games. Our problem is that there is a huge emphasis on the mechanics, and we think that we have to follow the same path as the other games with the same genre did in terms of publishing. So focus on the development of the mechanics, because we cannot have, I think, like we cannot sell many chapters with this type of games, because there is not a huge emphasis on the narrative, and I think we could lose many customers after the first chapters. I don't know if I answered well your question, or do you need more precision?
Yes. No, that's clear enough. But yet again, I'm gonna point again that the narrative and the story is gonna give you the solid foundation. Should you choose to ignore it, that's your strategy, and it's all right. But I would say that you shouldn't ignore the narrative. It will give you a solid foundation to build on later on. All great games have such foundation. Thanks again, and congratulations.
Thank you. So, Stefan?
First, thank you for your presentation. I highly appreciate. I had a comment which is related of the last sentence. You cannot make a game who is partly based on a narration without, at the beginning, writing a story and how the player is involved in the story. Because if you think you will do it after, you will add the story to something which is not based on the story. It's just a comment that if you restart, first thing to do, write the story and write how the player is. My question was not related to that. My question is, what engine did you use I missed that. What engine did you use to make your Unreal? So I think it's really a good choice because I think you have to increase the feeling of fragility through transparency and playing on lights and shadows and things like that. That will be much easier with Unreal than, for example, if you use Unity. So my question, I missed the description. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Please, I invite you to thank the team and congrats for your work and your presentation. Okay, we took a delay. Sorry for that, because everybody wanted to ask questions, which is fair. So thanks again, and sorry for the delay. We don't have time for making a break, so let's go for letting the next team Labrum settle. Maybe you have a few minutes. I'm telling that for the people abroad, well, the people on remote. Sorry for that. Les gens ne posent plus de questions. C'est pas Stéphane, c'est l'autre. Enfin, à partir du moment où on prend le micro, tu dis non et on prend le micro.
On essayera. Oui, ok.
Merci.
I think La Brume is ready, so let's welcome La Brume.
In an alternate reality where the world is entirely covered by a thick fog, find your way as a little girl using your sonoscope to travel through the hostile territory. Stay hidden and don't draw the attention of your enemies to survive.
Let's start with the narration of our games. So with our story world is entirely covered by fog that happens hundreds of years ago and have shaped society. So as it mainly contains water, it's wet and cold, it's dense, so it blocks vision, and it's breathable, so non-toxic. And its appearance and why it stays there is completely mysterious. So for our two communities, we have the superiors one that are the community of our protagonists. They are a discreet and quiet community that has a really strong isolationist dogma. For them, the fog is something that cannot be tampered with. They adapted themselves, oriented their technology around sound and sound localization. They would like to stay hidden in the fog and to live under it, and they protect really violently their territory. For our opponent community, the Exagil, they are, on the contrary, noisy explorer, growth fanatics. They are centered around development and resource acquisition. For them, the fog is something you should alter to overcome it, and is an element to be overcome. And yeah, they centered themselves around architectural elevation, to overcome the fog and to see through it. So the conflict between those two communities are at first a dire contract. The explorer came unknowingly into the superior territory, and they reacted really violently and really quick. So with that, that leads to a very quick escalation of violence, and that violence is filled with ideological discrepancy about how to live with the fog, under the fog, and what the fog is for those two communities. So for our main character is Soris, a little super girl in that conflict, and she's trained to take part in it. She has a tool, the sonoscope, that will allows her to see through the fog, see sound sources, and you will see its use in the vertical slice. So for our story progression, it will follow the journey of Soris on top of the enemy city, and she will doubt her mission by understanding its consequences. So for first act, the true mission, at first the player unaware of her mission or her past. As you saw in the teaser, she's just a little child lost in the fog and in hostile territory. But for her, she knows she's here on purpose and with a dreadful mission. But as Act 1 progresses, she will start to understand that she was manipulated and start the Act 2, the doubts. So the player will know that, okay, in fact, she is on a mission. She switched from a lost child to a child soldier, a child that will take part in the war between two communities. And they will doubt the moral of her action and their action, because they are controlling her. And she will understand the meaning of her mission. The enemies will switch to monster into the fog, to human beings like her, and she will also doubt the moral of her action. And the resolution, so the player will understand that the Sonoscope, her tool, is a bomb, and they witness her struggling with her moral and how the consequence and the knowledge of her act. And for her, she will know she was sent to kill hundreds of innocents, because like she will blow a bomb inside the heart of a city, and she knows that she will not come back from that journey. And the resolution will end on, will she pull the trigger? Will she detonate the bomb in that city? So our game has some location, Dystopia City, where our main protagonist was trained and was born. The forests that are the places of the first contact of our two communities, and her traveling to the enemy city. That is the place of our game. And the top of the city is her goal, or more precisely, the heart of the city. And that's the building just on top of the mountain. So our intention is to depict a world covered by fog, to create anxiety thanks to our fog, our enemies, and our narration, and to have very strong narrative themes that are confusion, manipulation, and the subject of child soldier. For our vertical slice, it will start just after her arrival in the lower city. That is. So still in Act 1, in the very beginning of the game. So the player will just see a lost girl in the fog, and she will be really focused on her mission and not realizing yet what she will do. And it will end on the wall, that is the separation between the lower city and the main city. For a quick disclaimer before we play it live, some sign in the game will demonstrate violence against a child. So if you don't feel comfortable, please skip the demonstration. It is scheduled for the next 15 minutes. So that's the disclaimer away. Let's start with the prototype.
Okay, so let's proceed to the prototype. Let my colleagues put it on the screen. We play it live, so please be indulgent. I hope this will going well. Okay, good. So in the vertical slice, Soris has just entered the city and will try to find her way to the murals of the city. As Soris, we can use the Sonoscope to visualize sound sources, like this waterfall right here. Oh, be careful out there. It seems like there are some enemies here. It's time to be stealth.
Apex, get over here!
Presence of pests in Sector 2. Be careful out there.
We cannot cover the whole perimeter. We are outnumbered. We probably should focus on the outer wall. We cannot cover the whole perimeter. We are outnumbered. We probably should focus on the outer wall.
Have you heard the latest of the uppers?
No.
There is something.
But I bet those fat Russians have invented some dumb stuff to keep them occupied.
Here, I need
backup.
backup.
That wasted construction.
Oh, too bad. It seems it's time to use our other tool, the sonar system.
But I bet those fat Russians.
Shouldn't we use all that wasted construction material?
As a kid.
Same crappy street with the same crappy home. Why do we... How are we supposed to investigate noise in that hell of a maze? If it's Ivor again, I'll fucking kill him.
Okay, let's investigate then. I see something important central. How are we supposed to investigate noise in that hell of a maze? There is something beautiful on the falls. Thanks, so troublesome.
I wonder if the uppers even know what it's like down here.
Okay, so we're entering now the second part of the level, which is a bit higher, as we're trying to lead the players by making them climb the city all the way along. So it's a part where sounds are very important. There will be some sound sources, some dialogues to help the players visualize enemies and find their way through the level.
The whole perimeter. We are outnumbered.
Why do I do
We
this
should
job
probably
again?
focus on the outer wall.
There is something beautiful in the fog. Shame so troublesome.
Can you believe that curfew shit's been up for more than a year now? Yeah, those silent bastards. When do we retaliate? You forgotten what happened last time? Nobody wants to go there and die without knowing what got you.
At least in the mines, we didn't get it wet.
Cowardly and wait to be slaughtered by them? Let the fucking high authority do its job and fucking do yours. Fuck off.
I wonder if the elf will be able to do it.
So the listening mode to visualize sound sources features also a focus mode, allowing to zoom and understand more of the details.
Hey, you two, stop messing around. We have some fog to get rid of. Check those pumps. There's leakage reported from those models.
There'll always be too much fog to get rid of. How high should we get for it to decrease?
At least higher than it's still controlling the challenge.
What did you say?
Nothing. We're on our way for this mission of the utmost importance.
Good. I don't want to hear another word from you two.
So we are entering now the third part of the level, which is above the fog area with houses and docks leading to the main pipes to the entrance of the city.
At least in the mines, we didn't get as wet. Some stuff seems to disappear in that fog. How dreadful. Hope I won't be a part of it.
Okay, thank you for your attention. Okay, so this was our vertical slice. Let's talk a bit about how we see the game when it will be finished with all the production behind. So first of all, I will talk about the progression system. During the story, Soris will encounter other child infiltrators who will help her to improve and upgrade the sonoscope with new features. The idea is to create new ways of play during the game according to the changes in the level design on the fog system. So first of all, there are the sound lures, which leads the enemies to elsewhere to overcome them and trick them. The Hertzian mode, allowing the players to jam enemies' radio communications, and the sound taser to neutralize the enemies. There will be also the microphonic mode, which allows to record sounds to put them together and trick the enemies with false informations or open door with voice reckoning. About the difficulty curve in our game, the main idea is to add the new feature all along to keep the player engaged and to test every new mechanic with a higher challenge after a tutorial sequence. So the difficulty increases slightly during the game until the final test in the last part of the game. Our vertical slice starts just before the tutorial, so it's the beginning of the game in the difficulty. So I will let Aliénor talk about what we want for the accessibility systems in the game.
We want this game to be open for a maximum of players to play. So we wanted to offer option for colorblind and visually impaired people, for them to choose the color of the VFX, the HUD and the font size they prefer, as the font they prefer for the subtitles, and the language of the subtitles. Because for deaf and hearing people, all mechanic of passive hearing could be free or less costing, and the closed caption helps them to enjoy the full experience. Lastly, we would love to let the player map their controller the way they want to be freely.
We can say in terms of positioning that Labrum meets different competitors spread through many games typologies between infiltration, exploration, narration, and action. First of all, again, code games like The Last of Us, Perception, which are much more focused on exploration and mixes without an heavy ambience. We would like our player feel while playing Labrum. Also, on the other side, inside Limbo, A Plague Tale, or This War of Mine are much more concentrated on the infiltration mechanics and narration side with an anxiety mood without being horror games. Labrum is the result of all these aspects. Based on an infiltration main mechanics, the gameplay allows to the player to explore the infiltration sound design device through the narration and emphasis with the heavy ambience of the game. We analyzed our target as people who are favorite players to stealth and anxiety games. Our target's age should be +16 because the game can contain violence. In the third time, a significant part of our target is demanding with the infiltration game. They are players who like to be challenged and understand the narrative's stakes. We choose platforms like PC or new generation home consoles because it allows to link the technical possibilities of the game as well as the immersive side of these platforms. Firstly, after the vertical slice production, we can imagine 3 additional months of pre-production regarding the potential verticality of the gameplay to come in the game, included in the 13 months production in the alpha. Next 7 months for the beta, and finally 6 months for the Gold Master with a release on PC first and on console in a second time. A total of 26 months post-vertical slice will be necessary to complete the production of Labrum. Considering Labrum as a game with a lot of technical challenge, we need some elements to succeed the development of the game on human aspect. Firstly, we need senior to support us all along the production. We know we have to strengthen the narration as well as a potential vertical gameplay. This kind of gameplay can involve risks. Therefore, to overcome it, we should make a second post-production in the alpha with an increasement of the team members to 16 people, including specialties like narrative designer oriented in committed games, level designer, car designer for the different types of enemies, a tool programmer, and a game designer specialized on infiltration games. On technical aspect, we got technical constraints, dialogues, actor, 3D photorealistic game, motion captures, animation, and technical materials and knowledge. We have to consider this element in the production on the budget of Labrum. Finally, concerning the communication, we need a big reveal with the wow effect in famous video games event, considering our niche market and the committed theme the game talk about. We need a trailer who makes the player want to experiment Labrum and add it to their wish list. We could play a lot with mystery marketing, for instance. To help us, our production could be helped by a co-dev system, as Garigala Games does. In this case, we should adapt to their own engine, but that would allow us to directly to have people, experience, and material we need. Or we can imagine a different model with publishers like Annapurna, Devil Villages, or 11-Bit Studio, or even with organizations with a publisher branch like Arte, the CNC, Amnesty International. They could be target for our kind of game, including, of course, in this case, a scope of the project. To emphasize this, we could imagine a communication about child soldier topic with testimonials, researchers, and authors specialized, and also why not donate funds to an association for the protection of children against war crimes for each purchase of the game. In terms of production, we have to create the citizen with different protagonists and related situations and interaction. We also know we would like to upgrade the Sonoscope, so it implies new features that we have to produce, like the layers or TOTOS mechanics. For now, in the vertical slice part of the production with 11 people on the project, in 4 months we can produce our main core mechanics with the Sonoscope, the linked feedbacks, our main character, the interaction with enemies, and the environment where the action takes place in the vertical side, with 15-minute playtime. To complete, we have to pay attention in the difficulty balance, the feedback to test these features properly, and the compression of the game to focus on the polish and the game feel of the experience. Finally, we have to prepare the release with localization, debug, platform specificities, and communication. The game is based on a committed narration. The infiltration gameplay is based on sound through the fog. In Labrum, you will meet challenge in anxiety situations. Finally, in this challenge, the tool can be your worst constraint or your best advantage. Now for the team, in Game Art we have Lisa, Quentin and Delphine. In UI UX, Aliénor, myself as producer, Fabrizio and Pierre in programming. In game design we have Rémi and Victor. In sound design and music and ambience we have Guéric and Damien. And I like to say special thanks to our external team, voice and motion capture actors and people who helped us in our project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, I see first reaction here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As a player, when your game will be available, I will buy it. And if I can help you to produce it, I will be happy to do it. but I have just 2 questions. The first one is, why this poor girl suffering, I don't know in English, that's in scoliosis. And do you think she must keep her her long hair that appears and disappears? Maybe so there is something in the behavior of the character which should be a little changed. But it's just a comment. And the second, I haven't seen any analysis of the cost of production and the budget. Maybe I missed it, but I don't think so.
I will answer to you second question. So the analysis is that. So we have to take in consideration that the budget could change depending on whether we go on a co-production or indie publisher, which will probably be rather than a co-production or an exclusive arrangement with consoles manufacturers. But that's the best in which case we want to produce the game we have in mind. So to develop the game in its entirety, we estimate development budget of more than 2.5 million euros, with amendment of 6,000 euros and a game's duration of 7 hours. We can imagine our price at launch in a premium economic model to 35 euros, but of course depending on souls, bundles, etc. And Labrum could be a prestige games for the player. We know the new generation console and economic model are changing in the industry, but in this kind of positioning is still interesting for our target in this niche market. I don't know if it's the answer to your question.
I can make a comment.
Yes,
I think
of course.
the idea to have a co-production with an actor like Arte is a good idea, but in this case you are too expensive. You should have make an alternate model.
Yes, yes. That's real. That's a real thing. I mean, if we go on Arte on another publisher, as I say, we should think to rescope the project because maybe they don't have 2.5 million euros to give it to you. Thank you for your feedbacks.
Thanks. I've seen questions on remote. Lionel, I don't know if you had the hand raised before. Do you have a comment or a question?
No, you're right. I forgot to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anthony?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so hello, I'm Anthony from Ubisoft Montpellier. I had a question about the progression through the level, because during the demo, as we passed through pipes, under bridge, and after a while, I was completely lost. So I wouldn't have known where to go as a player. So is there, and do you plan to have a map or some other tool like that to know where to go and to?
So for the map or the HUD question, we plan not to have that, because in our world, in our game, we want to convey the fantasy of being lost in the fog. So you are in fact quite lost, but as it's difficult to convey that feeling when you're not playing the game. But as it is you that move through the fog, you have some kind of map knowledge of it, because you are moving, and we have some guidelines on how to get to direct the player. That we have mainly for that level two simple guidelines. We have a main pipe that is go through all along the level. So if you're lost, just use your sonoscope, raise your head, and you will see the big pipeline. So, okay, I have to go to that direction. And the simple fact that you want to go up, and the level rise as you progresses. So we have those two guidelines for the player that we like. As it's not the first the tutorial of the game, we didn't really explicit that to the player in our vertical slice, but it's the main two guidelines. And yeah, I hope that answered quite your question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, you have a question as well?
Yes. When I look at you playing the game, it feels like you're judging the distance to opponents, and that's the way you're telling whether you're going to be detected or not. Is there any other mechanism or interface that I missed that was also giving you information about detection?
There's the sound they tell, because when the enemies go into one state, that's to say, okay, they are in idle or patrolling, and they heard the sound, they will say something, and you will with experience you will understand. Okay, like if they say, oh, what's that? It's just they will stop, but not going at me. Okay, if they say, okay, they definitely something there, you will know, okay, they will go at me and looking for me. So you will have that for that kind of judging. What the enemies are saying is to say, okay, what are their states? And it's not much about distance, but about, okay, what kind of danger I'm in. And for judging how you will be seen or not. As you are in the fog, it will in the final game it will depend on the fog density of certain region, but not in our vertical slice. But yeah, you will have to judge that with experience, as a lot of other infiltration games do that. But like in the first or second hour of gameplay, you will have that feeling. I feel, and that we saw in some playtest.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, sorry. For just the sound you make, not the distance. We have the HUD on the bottom right that showed the sound you're making. So you can have that to support your knowledge of will I be seen or not if I do that or that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Enrique, you have a question as well?
Yeah, and a couple of comments, if that's all right. So thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate the visual style of the presentation, fit the theme very well. you managed to bring in the beautiful concept art that you have, which really enhanced the whole, like it's a lot of, I think, good marketing material. I was a little unclear on like a lot of this, how this narrative and the motives of the characters are going to actually be communicated within the game. How are we going to experience, you know, all this, all the stories that you tell us, the lore about the world that we're in. The whole art style made a whole lot of sense with the explanation that you gave. But then I got really disrupted in the immersion when I heard that the soldiers have American accents because they don't feel like they're part of this world. And they don't really properly fit in. All of a sudden, like I'm just like in a like they just feel dropped into there with the voices that they have. So that just killed a little bit the immersion for me. Then I also to add on to what David said, I was a little bit confused if it's just proximity that attracts enemies, or if it is also the noise that I could make, if it's like the way I move around, and if I'm, you know, jump from a higher thing, if that creates a bigger amount of noise, or if it's just the visual.
Okay, for the detection, we have two detection systems based on visual, but as at very close range, because like you are in the fog and a little girl, so you will not be easily seeable, and by sound you're making. So you make sound by running, by using your sonar, because like you send a sound wave, so all the enemy you will see will have heard you. So it's risk-reward mechanics, and basically it's mainly those two components, the sight and the sound you make, that will make you make the enemies aware of your presence or not. And for the American accent, okay, I will let Damien answer.
Yeah, for the accents, it was on purpose, because this is an imaginary world, and we choose to have a society which is mixed between different people coming from our world, because obviously we couldn't invent a new language for the game. But we choose to have like American accents, British ones, and maybe even Irish ones, to participate into that mixity of this big city that brings people together, because they have this idea, and those that are silent and that don't talk like them.
Okay, thank you. And I think just one last thing, or actually two last things, if that's okay. I think you said you're gonna work on you would need 13 months for the full game production. Is that correct?
You mean just after the vertical slice?
I think so, yeah. I just remember.
It's 26 months post-vertical slice.
Okay, great. Yeah, that sounds more right. I was just like, 13 months for this game. It's going to be very short production time. Okay.
I think it was 13 months for just for the alpha. And with including in that 3 months for a second pre-production. So yeah, that's really what you understood.
That's all right. Thank you. My last question was, you mentioned in the core mechanics that there is interactions, and I'm not entirely sure. So like from what I can perceive, the majority of game mechanics are moving and looking as the main things that you actually actively do. And I wonder if there's any other interactions, if there's dialogue interactions with other characters, if there's puzzle elements, if there's strategy elements of having to do very specific ways of maybe using those mechanics. Is there like more features beyond the moving and different visual tools that you can use?
Yeah, in term, we really want to put more intentions in our actions. As we said before, this vertical slice, is at the beginning of the game, so we wanted to stay simple because we were also trying to prove these mechanics. So in the final game, we would like to have more open zones inspired in a way by games like Arkham from Batman Arkham series, with multiple options of tools to overcome the enemies, and maybe combine these tools to create creative situations when you overcome the enemy by the emergent gameplay. But that's sorry. It's really our wish for the final product. I don't know if I answered well your question.
So yeah, I think these things are interesting, but I'm not entirely sure if they're additional mechanics on top of movement and looking and different, like, you know, visual tools like the sonoscope and that the tools that you had that, you know, are like or anything different than that. I'm not entirely sure how the things you've listed here will work in the gameplay.
Okay, so it's more about the moveset than the mechanics. That's it. I'm not sure I understood your question. About
I'm not sure how to
Hexagon?
phrase it differently. Say again?
To say it's true that for what we showed, the main interaction with the game is walking and looking, but you will see that the enemies, you will interact more and more with the enemies as stories consider them more and more human and not monsters. So they will see, she will see that they talked, they convey information, so you will have to listen to them. And with the Halcyon mode, you can listen and jam their communication. With their macrophonic modes, you will try to record them and to use what they say against them. So the evolution of our mechanic and will be moving and looking and using the sonoscope as a sonar and way to obtain information, but also a lot more with the enemies, and that's is linked with her story of seeing, okay, they are humans, and I can interact with them too. Maybe that answer your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Hi. So I just had a question about the vertical slice. My feeling is that you're making a stealth narrative game, but the narration through the vertical slice is really, really thin. You have enemies speaking together that gives you a little bit of context, although the lines overlap a little bit, and then you have gameplay feedback on top of that, so quickly you lose track of actually what's being said, but the context isn't what I'm doing here. And if you hadn't told me the story before, I would have no idea what I'm doing here. And for a narrative game, it feels like it's a little bit lacking for the vertical slice to not have narration in it. So I guess my question is, how would you convey narration to a character that needs to be silent and is actually alone?
For that, we in the vertical slice we choose to focus on our core mechanics and the core interaction of our game, that is the sonoscope. And for the whole game, as you see, there are a lot of spikes and a lot of flow in our difficulty curve. So we plan to make that narrative focus moments, or to have some cinematics to convey that feelings. And depending on our scope, the number of cinematics, the depth of what we have, of what we can show to the player. And as we have in our vertical slice 3 dialogues that you can hear, and that convey some little information. But as we are in the Act 1, the narration through the enemies is way less than what it could be in Act 2 and 3. But I totally agree that our vertical slice is not narrative focused, because like we wanted to tackle the challenges of having a game in the fog and having the sonoscope as a main mechanics. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you something I wish someone told me before I started working on a stealth game, narration is a mechanic. It's actually something that you will use to lead your player in. It's something that you will use to make someone care about where to go. And all these things really come together. Like the Sonoscope looks great, by the way. Wasn't expecting that. It looks really good, and it feels like it could be even better in the future. But if I don't care, it actually falls flat. So I guess, yeah, just you need to double down on the narration and really, you know, cinematics are well, that's fine. The real question for me is like you have a lot of reference that actually use a lot of environmental narration, and you see that in Limbo a lot because no one talks. You see that in A Plague Tale because, you know, in a lot of time you have to be silent, but you find stuff and everything. But what you also have in some of those games is other characters that can actually talk to you and give you context and give you information. So since you don't have that, I'm a little worried that you're going to have to find reason for your character to actually speak up, so I can identify with her, so I can actually care about what she's doing and understand that she's changing her mind, and that all the politics that you're talking about, which are really interesting, actually getting into play into her head, and I'm gonna, you know, carry me with her in her journey. Because right now I'm a spectator of some silent movie, and I'm like,
yeah, okay, we will definitely keep that in mind. For the act, the first part of the act, we have thought that the question, okay, what a girl is doing here on a hostile territory, can push you to play the game just to answer that question. But yeah, we will focus on the narrative part a lot more if we continue the project. Thank you.
Cool. I guess I got a second point on enemies, but people have already touched down on it. Like, the readability of them is not really great. I often wonder if they're seeing me, if they're not seeing me. When they see me, I feel like I've already lost the game, and I feel your pain because, you know, I was there a couple, you know, that I worked on A Plague Tale, and so during development we had the exact same issue where people would get noticed by guards and then pause the game and restart. There was no gameplay past the point of notice, and so feedback and context, like, you know, level design will really help you to get to the point where it feels like you can still play even though you've been noticed. It feels like you know what the guards are doing and you can actually play with it. Right now they feel like I just need to stay far away from them as much as possible, and I guess you want to go deeper than that. So
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? I'm just asking the room right now. I'm just looking. So it seems it was the last question and remark. Everybody's hungry. So, but you know that for the people that are here, you can go and visit and talk directly to the team. I think it could be also useful to play it, because a lot of answers gets also by playing. Thank you so much. So please congratulate again the team. Thank you all for the questions, discussions, and thanks to all the teams of this morning for the great presentation and great work that has been shown. So, as said, we will make a break for lunch. This break here means also to go visit the students. And for the one that are on remote, thanks for following, thanks for exchanging with us as well. And we will see you again a little bit before 2. So talk to you then. You're gonna have to change the link through the Zoom, so it's another Zoom meeting for this afternoon, so follow the second link. Thank you so much, and talk to you later.